Hello, good morning. Got to decide I'll get ready to do something this morning. So yesterday got a login and register components built out. I don't have a link up here. I also don't really have a way to track whether or not you're currently logged in. So we can look at there are these components and they make these requests and then they set some local states. So both login and register follow much the same pattern. After login and registration, something goes into the local state of this component, and that changes what's displayed. Um, you're not registered. If there's not a user there, we'll show you a login form. If we do have a registered user, we'll show you a message. But there's nothing in place to keep track of the fact that you are logged in. There is a cookie being set. I think we might be able to see it if we go to the application tab in the dev tools and look at cookies. We will see that there is a token that gets set after you're registered, and that does persist between reloads. So yeah, I think like putting some kind of message there makes sense. Uh, just want to figure out like how do we actually write the code that keeps track of that. So when you're both logged in or registered, you have a cookie, but for purposes of security, you can't actually access this cookie from script. It is an HTTP only cookie, which is what this, it's kind of hidden there, but that's what this one says. Get the full HTTP only, which means that that cookie is not available from JavaScript. So, reason for doing that is that if some third-party JavaScript got onto this application, say either as an attack or intentionally, we don't want them to be able to get access to this session cookie. So I have to come up with some other way to do that. Now, this cookie does go out with every request. So if we go and look at the network panel and reload, we can go and look at the catalog page. Something is broken with categories. I'm not going to think about that just now. But if we go and look at the products, the request headers include that cookie. So we can't access it in script to look at it, but uh, we can cause it to go out into the world by making a request. So idea here is that we can make a request to the server to say, hey, you know, is this user currently logged in? Excuse me. And so that's an option for something to do today. And then that data can be stored in the application. So I plan to do that. I do want to see what's going on with the categories list. Why are we getting a 500 error there? API categories, API products. Let's go look at the server and see if there's any sort of categories. Oh, I did something that broke my database. So we can do npm run db reset, and that should recreate everything. Get a do start dev. All right, that is looking better. Okay, so I like the idea of storing user information in the application. Uh, so let's take some notes here. So if I've got, I'm going to draw. If I think about my application, I have an app component, and sort of inside there I have my router, and my various routes. This is like path equals catalog, and so forth, and it renders a component. And there's more routes in there. Go. Make another, say, login. There's other ones. Uh, structurally, there's nav components up here. And so here is where I, like, if I want to put, some sort of welcome user message up here, I need to know who that user is at this level. So this kind of is telling me that the tracking of the session for that user needs to be somewhere outside of all of this stuff. And that is a good opportunity for using context. Excuse me. Yeah, some sort of way to get that authentication information. So to do that, we're going to use new documentation. Passing data deeply with context. This is what we want to do. Do they have examples here? Yeah, this is the idea that you have some information that you want to provide at the top of your application and make it sort of at an arbitrary depth. So to do that, we create a context, and then we use that context, and we'll get access to the value for that context, and the value is what's passed in here. Well, that's a default value. Do they show the wrapping? No. Provide the context. That's the part. So somewhere in the application, we need to offer that provider. So I'm going to go to my app component. And so that is, actually I want to go one level higher and go to main. Yeah, the difference between use and create is I just have to create it before you use it. I believe probably somewhere like, and this is a lot of tools, if you install something, they're going to use, they're going to have their own context. So somewhere inside of browser router for React Router DOM, there is a context that's being rendered wrapped around this app. A lot of libraries will have some sort of context and provider pattern that, and that's why like if any tool tells you to like, oh, go to the root of your app and put this provider there, that's because they have a context. I'm just going to start out creating my context right here. I'll probably move it to another file in a little bit, but for now I will put it right here. So I'll say const say current user context equals create context. And because it's TypeScript, I can specify what the type of this value is. So I'm going to say that the current user context is a registered user. So I've got this type comes from here. And this type is defined as the generated type from the database, but picking out only these three fields. So registered user is specified to only have these three columns. And that's what I want in my current user context. So there's a bit of a TypeScript complaint here, which is that registered user is not a null. So I'm going to make this nullable. So this is a context that has a registered user or null. And then I can put my current user context provider there, and that is wrapping it around. Yeah, TypeScript is pretty sick. Definitely like this about TypeScript. It warns you about those nulls. If I was like let something equals let's say registered user or null and assign it to null, if I try to do something dot name, TypeScript is going to help me out here and be like, hey, something is possibly null. And so that's like, that could be an error at runtime. And so I can say maybe null. Oh, maybe, I think, anyway, you can do like if something does not equal null. Now inside of here, something is known to be, I don't know why it knows that it's never, it might be because I'm just doing this here, but like the common pattern is that TypeScript just warns you when you're doing things that aren't type safe. And so, right, if you didn't have this check, doing something.name could be a runtime error later. And so TypeScript is just sort of, while you're writing the code, it'll tell you, hey, you're trying to use this code in ways that, according to the types, it shouldn't be used. Okay, but we're working on creating a user context. So I need a way to be able to set this value later, so I actually need a state. And so that means I probably need an actual component to wrap this so I can get some state, so I can have set state in there. So I've got to do const current user provider. I'm just going to make that a typical component. But this will be, what was that going to suggest I do? Because I need to pass through, sorry, it's going to be has props. Well, let's go through here. So we'll do the current user provider going to return something, and it's going to have some state. So this is actually exactly what I want because I'm kind of moving this notion of where the state exists around, because I'm going to, instead of doing this out here, I'm going to do it in here. We'll do a return there. And instead of passing null in as the value, I'm going to pass in, actually got to send both. So I'm going to make this be current user state. Now this is complaining because passing in an object or passing in this array that has this setter is not the same as this, because this is saying that the context expects to receive a value that's either registered user or null. But here, current user state is this array where the first item is a registered user or null, and the second item is a setter function. So I have to update my context to be aware that that's actually the value that I'm passing down. So let me look at, I'm going to go ahead, steal that. And start it out with null, null. Oh, can't do that. Yeah. The issue is that when the application first renders, we won't have access to a user yet. So this kind of has to, and I want to be able to set this from the login and registration pages as well. So if you do login or register, I have that data right away, and I want to be able to set it. So I need to pass the setter down. I'm going to go look because I feel like this pattern is actually probably fairly common. There's probably other people have done it. So I'm going to say React context with use state, and in particular in TypeScript. Use state with use context. So there, yep, they had a similar thing where their first version, they just did a create context. But then they're doing a value, but they want to use state. And they get the same TypeScript problem that I got. And they're like, they want to figure out how to, because they don't want to use an any. You can always use a use, and it's just sort of like TypeScript, I don't care, but I want TypeScript to care. So let's see, what did they say? Okay, so they are setting a default setter. String or null. Yeah, this string or null. So where they're using string, I was using my authenticated user. Uh, but that can be any sort of type that we want. So I think the key here is that create context. There's a slight annoyance for create context and TypeScript, uh, where create context requires a default value. And so even though I'm never going to use this default value, kind of it upsets TypeScript if I don't provide one. And I don't know, I prefer to make TypeScript happy. It's not too hard and it feels like a good habit. But so I think what they showed is that they just did a default function there, and that cleared things up. So there's a lot going on here. Let's try to unpack this a little bit. So uh, use state always returns an array of values. So you get a state value and a set state value, and they're always in an array. And I'm going to color code these. So say the state is a little richer. State is green, and the setter will make that blue, a deeper blue. So when you call set state, you're going to get these. But I want to use these anywhere in my application. So I need a context. And right, so like up here, I've got my provider, and then I've got some layers of components that maybe don't necessarily need to use that value. And I've got some components down here. Yeah, let's look at it like this. So maybe I have this component needs to use the value, and this component needs to use the value, and this component is one that can set it. So like this is maybe the register component, and this could be a navigation, and this might be, I don't know, some sort of, who knows, but it needs to read that value out. And so I've got this notion of, I've got state, and some of my lower components need access to this part. Some of my lower components need access to this part. But the use state is called up here. So in order to pass that down, I need a context. So context returns, you always get back a context, and you get context.provider. And the context, because we're in TypeScript, we can specify the value type. And the way that I've done this is I've said that you can also specify the value type this is getting, group those together. And so the value type is an indicator to what is the type of this state value going to be. And but I need to pass not just the state value, I need to pass the state value and the setter down through context, because some of my context consumers need the green and some of my context consumers need the blue. And I've decided to, this is just the pattern of use state is that it returns an array. So you can do const state setter equals use state here. So it's like count that count. And that's just a design choice from the React team. But they think it kind of looks nice to do this destructuring assignment. They could easily, like in an alternate world, they could have done const count set count equals use state and have use state return an object. Because you could have done like const counter. Here's the reason why they couldn't do that, actually. I was wrong. So this wouldn't work very well. And the reason why that doesn't work very well is important, is that the function useState doesn't know anything about the names of the variables that we're going to use. It only knows about the value type. So these variable names, when useState returns an array with 2 items in it, but the names aren't there. Uh, and so this array form lets us choose the names in a very succinct syntax. Whereas if they're returning an object, these would be something like it'd be value and set value. And if we want to do it again, let's say we had some sort of Boolean, well, we'd have to use the same names, and that would start to get crowded. Whereas in this form, we could do, if we had some sort of Boolean, we could say toggle and set toggle to use state true. So that's why they do it in that array form, is that it's just a little bit easier for us to choose the variable names. And so I want, in these components that need to consume, I want to be able to write code that looks like const user set user equals context, my auth context, something like that. Because I want my API to look and feel as much like the built-in use state as possible. Because I don't know. It's what I want. It's a preference. I want it to mirror the way that React components normally look. So I just want it to feel like I'm using the use state API, but having shared state up and down my tree. So because of that, this value type here has to be not just the type registered user, it needs to be the type for the array of registered user and a setter function. And so that's what I'm doing here. I will pull this type out. Hopefully this will make it a little bit more clear. So the type is current user context type, which is an array of 2 items. The first item is a registered user or null. And the second type is this wild type. So in TypeScript, you can provide arguments to your type. So yeah, when to use an object and when to use an array for use state. So I think what I'm trying to say is that you always use the array type. Like this doesn't work. Always array. There we go. The capital on the always. Yeah, and because use state always returns an array, that's why I'm setting that whole array into my context. And so that's what this type is representing, is that the return type of use context, the return type of use state is this array. And so this like set state action, this is the type that describes the set part of use state. So let's say this is my current user context type is the type that's in the context. And then create context requires a default value, and the null satisfies the first part of this type, and an empty function satisfies this part of this type. So the default value for my current user context is going to be an undefined value and a setter that does nothing. And this is just to satisfy that create context needs a default value. But when you look at this array, I'm using an array here for the value of context because use state returns an array. Uh, so then in my current user provider, I create the actual array. So this array, current user state, matches the type that my context is expecting. So then I can use that in my provider. So now I'll take that provider and wrap it around my application. What is the complaint here? So this complaint is that I'm passing children through, but I'm not doing anything with them. We can go look at a browser and see that we don't see anything. Go to the React Dev Tools. We can see that we've got the current user provider and then nothing else. And that's because to get these components to actually pierce through, I have to actually render them out here. To do that, we got props. This is going to be props with children. So this is a type definition that says, hey, these props are going to have this children property here. And so to pass those through, I just say render my provider, and then inside of it, pass through all those children. So now everything that I put inside here is going to pierce through, and the application is rendering properly. Yeah, so the way that I wrote use state is different here. This makes sense to me that I'm not doing a typical use state. So I could expand this out. So I could do const current user set current user. I could do that, and then I could do current user set current user. So I could explode it out like that. But because this component isn't making use of these individual variables, I figure I might as well just keep them stacked together like this. Current user state. Yeah, it's going to be other components that actually do that splitting apart. So I want to, I think I am, I'm going to go and move some of this stuff out to another file. I'm going to make one more hook, one more function, and Copilot knows what I want to do. Is that it's saying, hey, don't you want to make a custom hook called use current user? And I'm thinking, I probably do. And it's kind of funny that even this one is doing the same thing where it's splitting it out, and I don't really need to. We can just do a return like that, and that will have the correct type. The reason I want to do this is hide the use. I want to hide this use context. While I'm doing that, I'm going to change these imports. I don't know. I like importing directly rather than having React dot everywhere. I'm already using React. I know those things come from React. Sorry for that small distraction. What I was saying, yeah, I want to make this function here for the reason of encapsulation. So I could only in my other components write this, uh, or if I wrap it, I kind of hide the fact that use current user relies on this context. And so I'm only exposing one detail to the outside world. I guess I'm exposing two details to the outside world. I'm exposing current user provider and use current user. All of this stuff with use context and current user context, that is going to be in its own file, and other components won't uh, actually make use of those. So if I use this, if I move this to a new file, and let's see, where did current user provider went out here? I'm going to put this in components, I guess. Don't actually think that should go into its own folder, and I'm going to call this context, or maybe providers to really match what I've called that. So now current user provider exports two things. It exports this provider, and it exports use current user. Now, how these things work is opaque to the outside world. Outside of this file, like, we don't know that this is using the context API. We don't know that this is using the use state API. The only thing that we get from the outside of this file is that we need a provider to wrap the application. And as long as that provider is in place, we can use this function. So later, if it turns out that like use state and context aren't the way that we want to make this work, we don't have to change as much about our other components. As long as use current user still works, we can change the way that it's implemented. So that's a pattern called encapsulation. So we're encapsulating the actual implementation details of this inside. So from the outside, all we got to use is this function called use current user. I'll go back to look at my test view. I want to make sure that everything is still working. All right, everything is still working. And let's go and look at the register and login. The encapsulation for design techniques. What are other design techniques? Off the top of my head, I'm drawing a bit of a blank. Encapsulation is one of the big ones. Uh, it's also very broad and generic. It's this idea of how can you limit the amount of uh, details from one part of the system showing up in another part of the system. There is a great presentation. Highly recommend watching this, but I'll try to give a quick summary. So it's called Simple Made Easy. And the idea is there's going to be a few vocabulary words. So there is simple, complex, easy, and hard. And Rich Hickey sort of begins the presentation by saying a lot of people use these words when he thinks they should be using, sorry, what am I trying to say? Is that he thinks that people are often using these words interchangeably. So if you ask me, hey, we've got a piece of software, uh, we need an estimate for how long is it going to take to build it. I might say, oh, that's easy. I also might say, oh, that's simple. And I might even say that that is easy because it is simple. Or I might say that is hard, or that is complex. Or I might say that's hard because it's complex. And his suggestion was like, let's really try to tease these apart. Uh, and one of his suggestions is that the words easy and hard are relative terms. Uh, and so when I say that something is easy, what I might be saying is like, it's familiar to me. Uh, right? I've been doing this for a long time, or I've done something like that before, so I will not think of it as difficult. Versus if it's something that I've never done before, or something that I've done before, but know that it's going to be difficult to do again, I will say that it is hard. Uh, and he sort of says, use these, and he's not saying that these terms are bad. I think he's just saying use them specifically. Uh, because he wants to take these terms simple and complex and give them a more specific meaning. Oh, I see. I made those one text box. And he wants to talk about simple and complex. And I'm going to butcher what he's saying a little bit here. But the idea of simple, uh, he ties it to this notion of uh, sort of strands. So if I have one strand of rope there, and I have a second strand of rope here, and I braid them together, uh, he would say that the relationship between these two ropes is simple, is there are only two things being woven together. Whereas if you took those same three ropes and got a third one, I don't want to make them all that color. I'll make a new rope. So if you got a third rope and wove that one in, now we're dealing with complex. And the he does get like very specific about it, and I believe he even goes to like, let's define like this notion of a simplex. I think there's some stuff there, but I would definitely recommend watching it. He's going to be a little bit more strict on these and saying like you should have just two things together versus many things. I think of it as a continuum. That there's a continuum between things that are more simplex and things that are more complex. And encapsulation is about taking things that are complex, right? So if we have some complex thing, I'm like, well, what if I take that complex thing and I put a box around it and I fill in that box so that you can't see what's inside of it. So now that complex thing to the outside world looks like a single thing. So encapsulation, the purpose of encapsulation is to take things that are complex and make them appear, go from complex to simplex. And I think most design patterns, most aspects of design are attempts to move things in this direction. That like the arrow of design moves from complex to simplex. I'm going to label that. The arrow of design moves from complex to simplex. And that is the goal. Is we're trying to take things that we've built up something that is complex, and we're trying to pretend that it is simple. And encapsulation is one of the big tools for doing that. So I can't think if we will probably run into them, but that's the goal, is that we made a bunch of stuff here. Where did we put this? Current user provider. We did a lot of stuff here. We want to make it look like two individual things. So that if I go to my register component, instead of having a registered user state here, it can change this to const registered user set registered user is use current user. Now that broke the test. How did that break the test? So I think this broke the test. I'm surprised this didn't throw an error. Let's look at use current user. So I'm going to go into the register test and focus down to just run this test. There we go. We're only running this test. It fails. We go to our current user provider. We're going to say const current user state equals that, and we'll return current user state. I want to look at what value we got there. Because we have this default. But I'm curious, what happens if we don't put a default in here and we change this to be current user type or undefined? And we'll put in undefined right there. Now in our log, we got undefined. And so this is what's happening when in the test, what's going on here is that we're rendering register, but we're not wrapping it in a current user provider. So, but the failure is not super obvious what's going on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if current user state equals undefined, I'm going to throw an error. And this pattern is so common for providers that Copilot even knew what was wrong here. So now I get an error in my test, and it says use current user must be used within a current user provider. So now in my test, I'm told, hey, you're trying to use a component that must be wrapped in a current user provider. So if I go and update this test to have current user provider wrapping it, now the test is happy, and the code still works because it still has the the register component, originally had its own use state, but now use current user still fulfills, you get a registered user or null, and you get a setter function. I can get rid of that. And so I've got this problem now, though, is that a lot of my components use, uh, a lot of my components rely on this current user provider. So if I go back to my register test and take out the only and go over here and ask it to run all the tests, I get a lot of failures. Uh, Anything that renders the register component, yeah. Uh, so yeah, because it wasn't wrapped in this. So the question is, do I want to, I'm gonna have to go back and wrap everything in that component. Yeah. And so these ones are failing now because they're not wrapped in that. So we render register. Register calls use current user, and use current user is going to throw an error because this provider doesn't exist higher up in the tree. Uh, so my question for me, in thinking about this test is like, do I go through my test and wrap every call to render in that register? That'd be one option. The other option is to create a customized version of this render function that always wraps it in the providers that I need. And I think I'm going to do that. So if I make a const, yeah, more encapsulation. The const test providers. Fascinating. So I don't know why it suggests to do it like that. Props with children. And then I don't need. So here's even a bit of other encapsulation that was suggested by Copilot is to make a test providers wrapper. You'll have a current user provider. And then I can make a function test render. So I believe the testing library has a couple ways to do this. We could either do test provider and then pass UI in, or we can pass the wrapper as this option. I think I'm going to do that. Uh, Now, this question of like, is test providers really that valuable, or is this more encapsulation that then is useful? Uh, it kind of feels like it's maybe more encapsulation than is useful right now. Uh, but I'm going to leave it as it is and be okay with it. Uh, the All right, where are we? Okay, so we have this render. So now I want to use this test render function everywhere instead of this render function. So I'm going to find all of them and replace them. So we'll do find render and replace it with test render. Except I shouldn't have replaced this one. Define render replace it with test render, and then I'll go and I'll fix this one. So now they all work because they're all wrapped in this test render. The next thing I want to do is I want to move these out of this file because this test render is going to be something that I need to use in many places. So I'm going to use the VS Code move to a new file. And right now I put it in the pages directory. I'm actually going to move it all the way out to the client directory because multiple things might need to use this. And I'm going to go and find in my application where am I using render. And I'm going to make sure that I'm only looking in star.test.star files. Is this? Yeah. So this one stat. Oh, that's files to exclude. I want files to include. Star.test.tsx. We've got all of our test files. And this is matching this test render, and I can get that to not match by being explicit on matching on case. And then I can do a find and replace here, so we can do replace render with test render. I can replace all of those. And now I need to find all those files because the import is going to be broken. I've got to fix that import. Fix that import. Fix that import. And fix that import. So then we can go save all files. All the tests pass. I had updated the register component to use this state. I want to do the same thing with the login component. So instead of using its own local state, it's going to use the state from the context. Oh, and those, aha, because I called this registered user and set registered user. So I'm going to make these match the local names. Set authenticated user. Okay, that works in that one. I'm going to do something here because I'm realizing that I'm now having this local state name be different. So I'm going to rename this in this file. Instead of authenticated user, I'm just going to call it current user. And that is, I'm doing this, bringing this up using function F2. So now this matches that name. I'm going to do the same thing in the register component. That current user. Okay, so now the names of those values match the provider that they're using. The imports, I think any changes to the imports I've already done because this name didn't change. I was just changing these local names. I'm going to clean up some imports. I'm going to remove all the unused imports in that file. And then same in this one. It's unused. So now everything is using our test render, so we don't need these imports. Let's go hunting for unused imports. That all looks good. I will close all these editors and let's go back to the register component. So now register and login are using the shared context. So what do I want to do next? I want to go, oh yeah, let's go look at this. So, oh, I don't have a link to the login page here. It doesn't say that yet. I want to go and look at these. I want to add a login page to the navigation. Oh, actually, what I really want to do is I want to commit these changes. This is a big batch of changes. Uh, this was all related to extracting the user registration. So this commit raises current user state out of login and register components into shared context. Also introduces a new test render function to encapsulate required application context in tests. So we got that, and I want to add a new link. So we'll say it renders a link to the login page. Need to close that off with the parentheses. There we go. This fails. So if I go to the navigation file, we can link to login. That test is passing. So now if we go to, did I miss a slash? Yeah. Oh, but the route, the app doesn't actually render it. Let's import that page. There we are. Okay, so we've got the login and the register. And I think, let me go see what users I have here. In shopping cart dev, I've got some seed users that I've created. I'm thinking these are always going to be randomized. So every time I reset the database, those are going to be completely made up. So I'm going to go to my seed users. And where am I calling this from? Seed users is called from seeddb, called from resetdb in resetdb_ts. seeddb calls seed users. So these seeds are randomized and these seeds are not randomized. So I'm going to do await seed user. So I can just seed a single user. And this will be test user. Test user example org, and I'll always give it the password 123456. That way, I always have at least one user that I know is going to be consistent. So if I go to, what am I looking for here? I need to reset my database. So now I can log in as test user. So if we go to log in, it says logged in as test user. If I go to the registration page, this isn't exactly the correct message that I want to show here, but it does show that they are using the same state. So when you log in, it says, hey, you've registered successfully. Not exactly what I've just done, but it's better than showing that form again. Now, if I reload, it doesn't appear to be logged in. And that's something to work on. The test for this, I think, will be interesting. So here's something we were looking yesterday at some of this testing stuff and how we do stuff like click mouse, type on keys, read with screen. There is another thing that goes on in a web browser, which is the browser engine. And one of the things that it does is it stores and uses cookies. And the real browser engine just does this automatically. We call set cookie on the server, and it forever sends those cookies back and forth. I want a test. I want a way to run tests that also have cookies set. So let's. So what I'd like to do is if I go to let's look at kind of where I think we're headed is that we want to have some sort of way for the application to issue a GET to API users me and have that send back the ID, the display name, and email address if you're logged in, if you have a cookie. So don't have a profile component, but that would be a good place to start. I like that. So we're looking at a route, which will go profile. It'll be say path is profile, and the component will be a profile component. And if you have a cookie, if you're signed in, this should show you your information. So I'm going to want some way to run a test that renders this and as if you have a cookie. So let's go and make that new page. So I'm going to make a profile page. So we'll do profile.tsx. And let's make const profile equals return hello, and const current user equals use current user. All right, I'm getting a really important question about bagels. I'm going to say yes to bagels. All right, so we're going to display current user display name. I'm going to start with that as the basis of the profile. And we'll make a profile test. And we'll go describe profile. And I'm going to make a sub block, which is described when the user is logged in. It renders the user's name. This is great. We'll do our test render of profile. I need to export that so we can import it in here. And then we will, I don't want to quite test it like that. We'll wait for, and what we want to wait for is we want to look at the screen. Screen.get by text. Welcome. I think we have test user. I'm going to say hello. Hello, test user. So we don't have that because we're not logged in. We just see the text hello. I have trying to get those messages not to show up on screen. I'll figure that out later. Uh, the Yeah, the trouble is, this is interesting. Like, how do I set a value on user? This isn't quite doing cookies yet. Okay, yeah, so how do we set a cookie? So React testing library cookie. How to mock cookies. State. A lot of stuff. There's like JS DOM set cookie for fetch. JS DOM set HTTP only cookie. JS DOM says cookie jars. Like web browsers, the DOM has a concept of the cookie jar, storing HTTP cookies. All cookies in the cookie jar will affect fetching of sub-resources. But how do I set them in testing library? Go to the proper documentation and search for cookie. They have no examples of cookies here. Unit testing cookie. Well, we can just try, let's see what happens if we console.log document.cookie. Let's take a look at that. Nothing in cookie. What if we do document.setCookie? Okay. Did you mean cookie? Okay, so that is promising. Question is, does this get used in a request? I want to start there. So I guess I'm going to look at I'm just going to start there because this is not we actually want the value to be like a fully signed JWT, but I'm just going to start there and go with profile. And eventually I'm going to move this out of this component, but just to get started, so we're just not completely doing nothing, I'm going to have this do a fetch. So this will do fetch API. This API profile is fine to do for that, but I've got to do construct the URL, application.origin, API profile. We'll do const fetch profile. A really helpful copilot. And run fetch profile. Say const response equals fetch. And then we'll do if not response.ok. Failed to fetch profile. I've got to do an await to get that. And we'll do got profile that. Let's see what happens here. Failed to fetch profile. So let's see what is the response status and the response status text. We don't have. Maybe let's do log it out like that. There we are, 404 not found. So that makes sense. I haven't actually implemented this yet. I'm going to go ahead and let's do that the way we said we were going to do it. So we can go to the server, go to API user. Oh, and I think is this being routed at user or users? So let's look at the user. It is just singular user. And let's go to the user router, and we will do user router dot get me. And here we will start out by sending nothing, just so we can clear out that 404. I'm going to filter this down to just run the profile test. So there we are, we're getting null. This is good, no error there. And then in here, on a console.log request.cookies. Cookies. So these cookies aren't coming through. Let's look at request.headers. Okay, it is coming through as a header. So why is request cookies not parsing correctly? TypeScript is telling me that the property name should be cookies. So I'm going to go and look at Express.js cookies. Ah, I need cookie parser. I wonder, do I need to install that specifically, or is that something that's been moved into Express app? Use Express dot cookie parser? No, not a thing. I'm gonna have to install cookie parser. And then we'll use app.use cookie parser. I'll have to import that. Import cookie parser. Don't have the TypeScript type, so I'm gonna have to go hope that those exist. There we go, we got types. And we got cookie parser. Now if we go look at the profile test, we get cookies. Awesome. So this is not the correct cookie that we want. The cookie that we want is going to be related to this JWT. And the name of the cookie is token. So I'm going to rename that, and I'm going to assign it as a constant. So I'm going to say auth cookie name, and instead of token, I'm going to make that auth. And so here, instead of this string, I'm going to use this auth token name. So I'm really certain to be consistent in using that. And then in here, so eventually what I'm gonna write some stuff to like parse that out. This is eventually gonna move to some sort of a middleware for like auth required. But I'm gonna start out just putting it inline in this endpoint. So we're gonna say const auth cookie equals cookie's auth name. And if there's no auth cookie, I really want to do res dot status not logged in and return. That seems good to me. And then I need to verify this token. So on one end, we set the token and we sign it. And then when we read it, we need to verify it with this secret. So that's going to use cryptography to verify that no one has tampered with this token since we sent it out. So I'm going to do const, we'll do verify from JSON Web Token, the auth cookie with the secret. So we'll do const, don't know what equals await verify. So this is, and what we're putting in there is a subject. So let's do subject. We're gonna have to do catch async error to match our other ones. Why does this? What got unauthorized? Because I'm not setting the auth cookie name. So in my test, I want to set this. So we'll do, I'm just gonna say auth equals test user. And now this says that the malformed JSON Web Token, which is expected to me because this is not a JSON Web Token. So for this test, I need to sign a token. So I'm going to do const auth token equals sign from JSON Web Token. And how are we using that here? So to sign a token, I need to do this. And the session secret need to get from here. Maybe I will. Might move some things around, but for now I'm just going to do that. And then the user ID, I'm going to hard code to 1. And then the cookie, I'm going to set to be auth equals that token. So now, when my test goes through, it's sending that cookie with this whole value. and still not sending anything, but we're getting closer. So user runs verify, and let's say JWT payload, and we'll log that. So now what we got out is role user issued at some timestamp, and subject is 1. So we will use const user ID equals JW payload dot subject, and then we can do a query. So we can say const, you know exactly what I'm about to do. There we go. So Copilot knew exactly what that was going to be. Copilot was wrong. This is not the interface for users. This is the registered user interface. And then we'll send that back. And then we have got profile. Now, we're not properly rendering that profile out. So let's look at the profile component. Because we need to set it. So we've got to get both sides of this out, and profile. If we get a profile, we will set current user to profile. And there's a profile screen. So we've got things working. There is a lot to be desired here, but I want to go and look at this. When I go to profile, because I haven't routed it yet. That. Yeah. Let me route this. Now if I go to profile, I get an error here. Well, that's annoying. Oh, because this is an old cookie. Before I made, because I changed in source code this to be, instead of token, it was off. I have to go to the application and delete this cookie. Or actually, I can rename it. Yeah. And now that works. Okay. So that's working. And then if you go to the profile page, those things know about it too. But if you reload, so this is a problem, is that you have to have a file page for that to work. So I need to kind of hoist that up further. So I'm gonna go to my to-do list. I've actually done quite a few things. We've set a cookie on success. We have done a login form. We kind of have parts of user session. We're sort of like in the midst of doing some of these things with user session handling. So make just like a quick little set of notes here. So what I think we need to do is hoist profile fetching to top level of application, maybe the auth provider. And And we just need to like extract a lot of, or let's say instead of extract, let's encapsulate all the things. So we can do this profile hoisting. So this fetch profile, instead of rendering that in the profile component directly, we can move that up to the auth provider or current user provider. So the current user provider, that's where we have this use state, and we can put this use effect right in there. Oh, and now we do have a reason in this component to split this in half. So, because we need to set it, so we can have current user set current user, and then we'll have to recombine them here. And this test still passed because test render always goes and wraps it in a current user provider. So this test still passes. And then I'm going to rerun everything to make sure this doesn't break everything. This broke everything. And I think I know, it didn't break everything, but it ended up throwing errors because we're always hitting failed to fetch profile. And we're failing to fetch profile because we're not setting this cookie. Okay, so failing to fetch a profile, don't necessarily want this to be an error. I mean, I'm okay with logging it, but it's okay. We'll just do a return here because this just means that you're not logged in. It doesn't mean that the application is broken. That's fine. Uh, you're just not logged in right now. Excuse me. So all those tests are still happy. That is good. So we've got to do some extractions. So this is something that will probably be useful outside of just this route. So I'm going to move this to be its own helper function. We'll do const auth required equals middleware, and Copilot is going to be good at doing that. We'll verify the auth cookie. And call next. So I want to do one other thing, which is that I want to do a test for this eventually, but this is just going to throw an error if your token is bad. Like if you have an unverifiable token, it'll throw an error, so at least it won't let you do other stuff. So let's go ahead and replace this with auth required, and then user ID, and you get that from the request. Now, problem is user ID does not exist on this. So TypeScript is not pleased with us. And I don't know why shouldn't have these any, so I'm going to make this. Yeah. So TypeScript says like, hey, you can't just be putting random properties on these objects that don't belong to you. Request is not an object that has a user ID on it. So how do I deal with this? So this chaining is interesting. The other thing that I could do is I could do this without making it a middleware. And I can say const user ID equals require, say, auth required. And the only thing I need to send in is the request. I change this so that it doesn't take these in, and it will return user ID. And then here, instead of doing a status 401, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this throw an error, a new unauthorized error. And this is not a thing yet, but we will make a class unauthorized error extends error. And the question is, does Express already have these errors? No. So I'm gonna have to have some way to catch these in my application. So if I go to my app, I have this error handler here. I already have this centralized error handling. So I can make a class HTTP error, extends error, uh, and we'll have a public status, and the default number for that will be 500. And then I can make individual custom errors inside. So I can that inherit. So I can say class unauthorized error extends HTTP error with a status 401. You say unauthorized class forbidden 403. So I'll have to export these. And so here in my error handler, we can check if error is an instance of HTTP error. We can do res.status error.status send error.message. And so we'll do thinking here, message is probably already that. Do public message string equals internal server error. And then for these ones, message unauthorized, message forbidden. Yeah. So if anywhere in the application we throw an error, we'll get that. Yes, this is in the error handling middleware. So that makes our life a little bit easier here. that when we want this to crash or fail, we just throw a new unauthorized. And so then instead of doing this as like a chain of middleware, like an auth required middleware, we can just say auth required, this will throw an error if you're not authenticated. And then we don't have to pollute the request object with these values. We just get them right here. So I feel pretty good about that. And then I can move this to a new file and just bump that up to the root level of the server. And everything passes. Unexpected server error unauthorized, though. I'm seeing this message. Line 136. Catch async error. This should be sending that error to the app handler. Should be an else. I think that was the problem. I guess that was the problem. Because I didn't have this else here. It was sending the error and then running this and then also going through the else branch. And so we were logging this. So I needed to make sure that it only does one of these. So either this or that. Excuse me. Okay. So you've got error handling middleware. Looks like mine. Yeah, and so now when you go to these pages, we do get a little flash of this page that says like, hey, you need to do something. And I'm still going to say like, let's hold off on fixing anything aesthetically until the behavior works. So I'm going to be okay with that. Yeah, we'll need some way to log out, won't we? Let's go ahead and do log out. So to log out, any way to clear out that cookie? I wonder. Browser clear HTTP only cookie from JavaScript. The question is, do we need unlike normal cookies, HTTP only cookies are designed to prevent JavaScript access. Interesting. Yeah, this is addressing the problem that this cookie is an HTTP only cookie, so you can't log out unless you can talk to the server. I wonder if that's true. Deleting HTTP only cookies via JavaScript. No. Cookies.remove. You might be able to remove it. That's what this seems to be saying. You can remove it anyway. So let's look at, so right now I have a cookie named auth. Can I do document cookie? How do you remove a cookie? Maybe. It looks like they're just saying if you write a cookie with the same name, so say document.cookie equals, what if I do nothing? That's still out there. But if your document.cookie auth equals nothing, no. Yeah, that's what your auth equals overridden. No. I do document.cookie equals anything equals anything. Then we do get that. So it looks like that. Let's delete the anything cookie. Anything equals anything. And then auth equals gone. That document, that website is wrong. You cannot overwrite an HTTP only cookie from JavaScript. So see, I'm probably not. I'm probably going to do the simple thing. I did like this idea that that other thing said. So you'd have like the cookie equals auth equals signed token, and you'd have another cookie which is login equals true, and you could do login equals false, and this would give you the appearance of being logged out. I don't want to, I'm probably not going to do this. It's interesting because it gets away with around the problem. You can't delete this cookie through scripts. I mean, like the user can delete a cookie. Uh, you can like clear your browser information. Like if you really need to clear out a cookie, there's nothing that's going to stop you from doing it. So I think it's fine that to log out, we're going to have to make a request. So let's make a logout button. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a new component, and I'm going to make a logout.tsx, and we'll do const export const logout equals that. Return button logout, and we'll do logout test file. We'll do describe logout. It logs the user out. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a click. So we'll do test render. We'll render logout. I need to do a click. Somewhere I've done a click. We got to do screen get by text logout. Dot click. Where do they get screen? You got to import screen from testing library React. Does click does not return a promise. Expect a string. Something has gone wrong. I've not saved this component file. So when you click log out, we should I'm trying to what am I the trouble is the logout component doesn't actually render anything that would indicate that you are logged in. So I wonder I can do a little bit something like this is we can render just for the purpose of this test, we can render the profile so that if we render the profile and logout button together, we should eventually see hello. And then, so the trouble with this test is that we're not logged in. So I have to go to the profile test. And yeah, this was this was the way to fake being logged in. So I want to do this same thing in the other one. And so this is something I want to hoist this out to some sort of utility function. So I'm going to say extract to a function in the module scope, and we'll say login as. And login as will take a user ID, which I'm going to make a number, and subject will be user ID to string. And so we'll say login as 1. I'm going to rename this login as user ID. So then we'll move this to a new file. I'm going to move that file out to my client directory so we get some test support there. So then in the logout button, we can use login as user ID 1. So now we should be able to say await. So we'll say screen.get or query by text. Hello test user. Be able to wait for you'd expect this to be null. So we haven't implemented this yet, but this says that if you log in as user 1 and render their profile in a logout button, because they're logged in, we should see the greeting. And then when you click on the logout button, eventually we should no longer see that greeting. So let's look at the logout component, and this is where we're going to do our onClick. We'll say onClick equals logout function. It's funny, yeah, this wants to do same thing. I don't think that's gonna work. So we're gonna make logout is async. And if we do logout, we'll post to logout. And if the response is not okay, we're going to print out some error. And then I want to clear the users. We'll say use current user. We'll say current user current user equals use current user. So if we log out, we'll set current user to null. And now logout is 404 not found. So we'll go to the users API and we'll create user router post to logout, clear the cookie, and send back success. And that works. There's one thing that this was suggesting, which is to call reload, which will completely reload the application. And I kind of like that because it'll just completely wipe out anything to do with that user. Uh, yeah. Now we can't test this. This says not implemented navigation except hash changes. So let's do anybody testing library test location reload. How to test window location. This is not what I'm looking for. I think it's probably more like this one is literally what I'm looking for. Yeah, how do I test this? Lordy. So this is like mocking, and the approach here is to make an entirely fake version of this function. So we can test, was it called? And might have to do that. So let's do that. So we're gonna have to do, so sort of the pattern here is that there's some function. And the way that the function has been implemented right now is that if you call window.location.reload in the test, it's going to throw an error because the fake web browser doesn't have a window.location.reload. So, and the pattern that we want to do is we want to dash the original reload function and then create a mock reload function, replace the reload function with the mock call the logout function, assert the mock was called, and restore the original reload function. Yes, that is exactly the pattern and behavior of mocking. So to do that, we're going to say const original reload is window.location.reload. Mock reload, so I'm not using jest, I'm using vtest. And so we're going to have to do import vi, and then vi has vi.function. So this is a mock function that it only exists so we can tell, was it ever called? So we need to replace the reload function with the mock, then run our code, and then we'll expect mock reload to have been called once. And then we will restore the original reload function to where it should be. Now, saying we can't assign a read-only property. So this makes sense. You're not allowed to replace that. If we go to a web browser, we'll see exactly that. We'll do window location reload equals some function. Well, actually, it did let us do that. No, but it actually didn't. It didn't change the function. It didn't replace it with our function. It just left the built-in one in. So, but TypeScript does not let us, or the fake browser doesn't let us do it. So, see, that's what they're doing here. Is they're doing you're using this define property, which is like a it's like a lower level way to set a property on an object. So that lets us assign it, and then to reset it, we're gonna have to do similar thing here. Yeah, it defines keys, but there's like more configuration that you can do here. So you can work around the thing. So it's like, hey, you can't just set that. We're like, well, I'm not setting it, I'm defining it. And then it says, oh, you're defining it. That's fine. Uh, now, aha. Now doing that broke location.origin because I did not put it as part of my mock. So I'm going to say origin will be, so I don't actually want the original reload. I want the original location. And then here I want origin to be, just do, yeah, so what I'm doing here is I'm saying, let's mock out the location object with all of the original keys from the real location except replace reload. So all the other stuff like location origin, location href, I'm copying from the real location just so that I can say, hey, just for the purposes of this test, replace this function with this fake one. So then at the end of the test, we can see, did our fake reload get called once? If I go back to the logout function and I comment this out, we'll see that our test fails because we expected it to be called once, but it was called 0 times. Put that in there. and we get properly logged out. I'm going to check one other thing. Oh, I think that's fine. I'm going to leave this as is. Let me see it in the browser. Yeah, let's go. Oh, so we haven't put the logout button anywhere yet. Uh, so let's put the logout button in the nav bar, I guess. Let's go to our navigation test and we'll say, I'm going to make say, describe when logged in. So we'll say, it renders a link to the profile page. Seems fine by me. Link to profile. And it will also, it renders a logout button. And it seems good, but I need to log in as user ID 1. We'll do login as user ID 1. And I think I'm going to have to put some awaits in here. We'll do await, wait for, do wait for this one. And then we'll have to go to the navigation. And now we're going to have to use current user equals use current user. Oh, gotta call that. And then we'll do current user and we'll add a link to the profile, well as a logout button. Oh, what did we get wrong here? Unexpected slash off. Okay, that test passes, which means we should have a logout button. We can go look at the profile. You can click log out, and then we're not logged in anymore. You go to login, test user at example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, log in, and then we get our logout button. Yeah, that is nice. I also want to say that the register and login button should only show up if you're not logged in. So when logged in, we're going to say it does not render a link to the registration page. Exactly. We'll do Fantastic. And it also does not render a link to the login page if you're logged in. Okay. We'll go to the navigation and we'll wrap these with not current user. And that passes too. And now I'm logged in. I don't have access to those. If I log out, I can go to the register in the login page. Fantastic. I'm feeling like time for a break. I'm going to give myself a half hour and then come back and deal with. I probably got to wrangle some commits and maybe want to look at doing some sort of like redirection because right now when you log out, uh, like when you log in, it keeps you on the login page. Probably could be nice to send you to the profile page. And then same when you log out, say if you're on the profile page and you click log out, keeps you on the profile page. So probably want to start to have like these components be able to kick you out based on your login status. But yeah, I'm going to take a little break and come back later and keep working on it. Thought I unmuted that. Uh, just saying like, yeah, I'm not teaching there right now. I'm not in their Slack anymore. Uh, I'm not muted anymore. Yeah, see that levels now. Yeah, extensions. I have a billion extensions installed. Uh, just, over time, you just try things out. Uh, oh yeah, this is just all me. I'm just having a ball out, out here. Uh, enjoying myself writing some code. Yeah, I've got a lot of extensions. I think like which of these are actually like prettier is definitely good to have to do format on save. A lot of these are just like specific to different tools. Like, oh, I tried Flutter for a couple hours once, so I installed Flutter tooling. Uh, yeah, I think it definitely would have used prettier. I don't even remember. I think it was definitely more like say prettier, ESLint, I really like Indent Rainbow because it gives this sort of visual. Oh, like the completion. I actually don't think I have that I might not have that installed. I don't see anything about HTML. That's one where like if you have a nav and you like rename it to div, it would fix the closing one. I don't have that. I don't know what that's called. It is nice. It sounds nice. Like VS Code auto change closing tag. Auto close tag. Auto rename tag. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's kind of nice. Auto close tag. Yeah. Automatically add close tag. But does this rename them? Auto rename. Hmm. Try this. Oh, that is very nice. don't do it that much, but nice to have it done for you. Yeah, people seem to like that. That'd be a good feature for the editor to adopt. I think if 10 million people have installed this, that's a good sign that 15 million people have installed this. It's saying that everybody wants it. It's going to be part of the editor. Uh, all right, let's look at some changes and see what can we commit. So we added the cookie parser. We created auth requirements, created some backend stuff. Yeah, maybe I'm going to add the backend updates as a group. We've got like session management for logging out. It's good. So this adds logout and auth required. Adds session management system to back end. This has logout, route, auth required helper. This this commit adds a hard-coded user for ease of testing. It's manual testing. We got current user provider. Profile login routing. And add these all together. So this commit adds login, logout, and profile features. So what I mentioned before is that it would be nice if these routes were in control of sending you to different places, whether you were or weren't logged in. So we've set these up so that if you visit them right now, you will or won't be shown certain things. But I think better would be if you visit the login and like these routes will redirect you to profile if you are already logged in. This is a goal. This is aspirational. I haven't actually done this yet. Uh, and then going to profile will redirect you to login if you're not logged in. I don't know that I actually want to have it redirect you. Might have it will show you the login or show you the login screen or show you the login form if you are not logged in. Yeah, I'm going to do it like that. And I'll do this one first. So I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to use some nested routes. So you can do a route that just appears to do nothing. Let's go to, I'm going to go to the app test. And let's look at the register route, and we're going to add some context here. So we'll say describe when the user is logged in, it redirects to the profile page. So we're going to say, we're going to render the register. We're going to start going to the register page. But before that, we're going to do login as user ID 1. And we want to see what to do. Async wait for, we'll do screen get by text, hello test user. And I'll say expect window.location.pathname to equal profile. Let's do only this. And I will filter this down so we're only going to do the app.test file. All right, that fails. Because it's trying to show us that we had a successful registration, but actually we prefer that it just sends us straight on through to the profile page. So we can do that in the route here. And what I've specified here is a route without a path. And I also haven't specified an element, but I can give it an element. And I'm going to make a component, which is redirect to profile if logged in. Fun. And this is going to return an outlet if you're not logged in. An outlet works together with the router. So this, so I'm going to use this component equals redirect to profile if logged in. Sorry, it's element. And so right now this is always not logged in. So it's always going to return the outlet, and the outlet lets these pierce through. And this outlet is specific to the React router. Now instead of is logged in equals false, I want to say const current user equals use current user. And instead of is logged in, we'll use current user. And if current user, instead of returning profile, I actually want to return redirect. No, not use. Yeah, let me use the redirect function, I think. I want to redirect and return null. I think what I want to do. Not quite. Make sure there is no redirect function. That's not. Let's go looking at documentation for React Router DOM redirect. Does that seem to be the way that they, making loader, not using a loader just yet. Await link navigate. Okay, I want to use a navigate component, so we'll do return navigate to profile. That's what they call it. Okay, we're getting closer here. Excuse me. This works. Let's do a screen debug so we can see what is on screen. Yeah, so we are getting sent to the profile. But I think it's that, yeah, because we're using the memory router. It's not, the path name isn't changing. So how can I test that this actually has redirected? Testing library, React, testing library, memory router, test redirect. Let's see, have you done this? Return redirect. I see, so they're creating a history object. I might have to do that myself. So right here, I'm using memory router, but using memory router like this, I don't have access to the actual history itself, but I think I can do, what are they doing? Create, but they're doing, create memory history from history. React router DOM. Does this have a create history? Can we just pass in a router? Yes, we can use a router. We have to get memory history from history. I might have to, I hope this is not too old. I can do npm install history. And then here we can say const history equals create memory history. We'll say initial entries is register. And instead of using memory router here directly, I'll use a router. And we'll say history equals that history object. And this saying I cannot do So something has changed in the latest version of React Router. Let's uninstall history. Let's see. Testing library React Router DOM React Router 6 test history. Test location. How to test routing logic with React Router v6. This might be something more like what I'm looking for. Hide this. Router provider. Create memory router. Get URL location. I'm not sure, but this create memory router might be interesting. So let's try create memory router. Takes in routes. So let's not supply any routes there. We got initial entry is that. So let's say const memory router equals that. And then memory router, what do we get from that? It returns a router, and I can get the current state of the router, which I'm not supposed to use. Private, 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 private. Oh, is there anything in here that I am allowed to use? Router state, but that is internal. They really don't want me to have access to information about this. I just want to see. What is that? All right, now I'm going to just test the app test file. Router state. So I can't even do this that way. So that is not useful. Oh, so here we're using a memory router. What does can give this base name, children, initial entries, initial index, and future. And that's all. Memory router stores its locations internally in an array. This makes it ideal for scenarios when you need complete control over the history stack, like testing. But what about scenarios where I want to know what happens to the history stack? I'm gonna look at their test and see if they do anything that's like this. No. What about redirect? Or was this navigate? Navigate test. How did they test the navigate element? So when they go to home, they navigate to about, render home. They just don't care about what the URL is. They just verify that it renders what they want it to render. Which guess seems fine. I'm just looking at do any of these. Yeah, they're only checking that it renders the content that they want it to render, but they do not check. They do some like really off looking things with like spying on the function. So I guess that's fine. I do want to look at what is this future thing? React memory router future. Future config. Set of future flags. I see. So this is getting ready to use the version 7 of the router, and they're currently on version 6. So I'm gonna do as they do, and when you use a redirect, we're just gonna test that you see what you want to see. So that seems okay to me. Redirects to the profile page. I'm going to do a similar test for the login route. When the user's logged in, redirects to the profile page. Otherwise, it renders the login page. Why is the redirect broken? It looks like we're on the home page. Could have sworn we just saw this work. I'm going to look at this in a web browser and see what's going on. So I'm going to go to the login page, log in, and that sends me to the profile. And if I try to go directly to login, it sends me to the profile. If I try to go directly to register, it's going to send me to profile. So why is the test not working? Because the memory router is not going to initial entries register. Initial entries login. Okay. That seems good. I'm going to go look at this file. So I'm going to commit this as is, because this will redirect to profile if logged in. So this commit adds redirection to profile page for login and register routes. Let's say front end routes. And I need the other one here, which is redirect to login, or this is show. I wanted to say const show login if not logged in. I was going to do you current user, but here I'm not going to do a navigate. I'm not going to redirect because I don't want the URL to change. And if you go to the profile page and you're not signed in, I want to show you a sign in page, but I don't want you to have to like, I'm trying to think what'll happen here. I'll let it do a full navigation. That's fine. I'm going to rename this to redirect to login if not logged in. And we'll wrap this one route element equals redirect to login if not logged in. Close that route. And then the app test, we'll go to the say describe profile route. When you're logged in, it'll render the profile page. When you're not logged in, it will show you the login header. So let's see how that works. That all works. If we take out this, then both of those tests fail. So I feel pretty confident that those are passing for the right reason. And if I go to a browser and I go to log out and I visit profile directly, then I am asked to log in. And I log in and I get sent back to the profile. So that seems good to me. So I'm just going to say this commit adds redirection to login screen when visiting the profile but not logged in. Okay. Well, not logged in. Okay. What could we do next? Let's go look at our bigger to-do list. I feel like I've got user session handling. I'm showing user session. I'm displaying some user info. There could be more, but I think that would be fine. Yeah, I feel like I've got basic registration in place. I feel like doing, yeah, shopping cart could be our next thing. I want to go, I did notice that tests appeared to be breaking on GitHub. So let's figure out what's going on there. Actions. Yeah, I had a failure in user registration. I think I'm probably gonna get a failure on this one too. We can wait for it to finish. Okay, not able to connect to Postgres. But Postgres is getting started. So this claims Postgres is running, but then look, what does EAI again really mean? DNS lookup timeout error. So this means that not able to connect via DNS. That is interesting. So in our test, our this is defined here. And I have defined database URL as Postgres protocol, username and password of Postgres at the host name Postgres. And so I thought that the way this Postgres system worked is that the domain would be the name of the service, but maybe not. So let's search for GitHub Actions Postgres. This error. No, this is not related. Maybe this is. Hmm. Database host. So the way this is connecting, I guess should be connecting correctly. So why can it not find that? GitHub Actions Postgres Service DNS. Using containerized services. Postgres host, Postgres port. But how are they setting those? Interesting. So they're saying that the Postgres host is on localhost. Okay. I'm gonna assume that that is correct, and we'll update that from Postgres to localhost. I'm confused. This is like a how did this ever work kind of a situation. I wonder, does I have something different on main? Let's go look at that. On main, the workflow. No. Well, I'm not certain about this, but I'm willing to give this a try. So let's go to VS Code, change this to localhost, and we'll do this commit changes database URL domain from Postgres to localhost for GitHub Actions. We'll push that up. Back to our pull request. And see if this runs now. It's nice to give you the work file. And they tell you how much time you've used. This is GitHub Actions running npm install. Okay, that was it. I don't know why that DNS thing stopped working. Okay. But this is different. So this is JWT session secret is not set, which makes sense, and I need to set it. So let's go, I'll have to add that here. Can add that. I'll say this is an insecure test secret. And then let's go and add this. This commit adds an insecure test secret. or GitHub Actions. And we'll sync that up. This is the fun part of professional software development. This is very realistic. You do all your work, and then you spend all this time making sure that the tests actually pass on the continuous integration system. And it's slow because it has to fail, and it takes a minute to fail. So where these tests run in 10 seconds on my machine, in order to test it out on GitHub Actions, I have to make the change, save the file, commit the file, push the file, and then wait a minute and a half. Uh, there's some things that could be done to make this a little bit faster. Initialize containers took 25 seconds. That might not be able to do this much faster. This 25 seconds here. 13 seconds is probably about as fast as it gets. This just might be how long it takes. All right, but these are passing. I have pretty good confidence that if any of them pass, all of them are going to pass. Yeah. And now I'm going to go back to that pull request, and I'm going to say that this is done. I'll add a little description. I'll say this pull request adds a simplistic user authentication system. Users are able to register and log in. Passwords are hashed with TypeScript. And let's say this is functional, but not the best user experience. That will come in later work. I think some general review of this. This feels pretty big for a single pull request. And ended up doing quite a few things. I mean, it's kind of foundational, but if I was to say, if I was working and I sent a message to a coworker and I said, "Hey, do you want to review this pull request?" And they'd say, "Sure," and then I'd say, "It's 45 files." They'd be like, "It's how many files? You only want me to review what?" Uh, there's quite a few changes here. It's likely that if I was working on this project with other people, that I could have caused some conflicts along the way. But being so early in a project, I don't really know. I mean, I probably could have found more checkpoints along the way to make those merges to main. But I mean, it is quite a few files, but not the most. So I think not a huge amount of changes. Like I probably could have found some places to say profile page, login page, and register page. Maybe these redirects could have been their own pull request. But I think less troubling than the size. Yeah, it's like some of these changes were like test render is its own new thing. Is that it's just so broad. It just touches so many things. Like in the Hickey sense, this is a very complex pull request. It just touches a lot of stuff. So I wouldn't call this an unrealistic pull request. I've definitely seen and experienced these a lot. Uh, I'd say I would. It may have been difficult, but it would have been nice to find a way to introduce some of these bigger changes. So this thing like replacing render with test render, that might have been a nice thing to do as like a separate pull request. Like pause the work on this branch and then go introduce test render as its own pull request, merge that into main so everybody else can get that in, and then merge that back into my user authentication branch. Uh, that is definitely something that I have done. Yeah, it's better if the pull request is more specific to the parts that you are working on. Like I was working on something called, so this was user registration. And over here we've got main, and user registration got pretty big. Like I'd say that pull request got bigger and bigger the longer that I worked on it. And it might have been useful to make an entirely different pull request, which was like, you know, test render. And that could have been a very small pull request. And I could have paused work on user registration, made a quick little branch that works on adding that custom test render feature, merged that into main, and then merged main back into user registration. So user registration could have started small. Yep. Yeah, because test render would have been small. It would have just been like, hey, I've taken all of our render functions and I've replaced them with this test render function. And initially, it actually wouldn't do much. Like here, we can do this. I think it'll be. I'm interested in kind of seeing what that would look like after the fact. So if I do git checkout main and then git which create test render, then let's look at the pull request proper to see what is this test render. So test render is here. Is it? No, bring me to the file. Test render, where? Here we go. Test render, pretty small, but let's see if what happens if I make this on the main, on something that just branched off of the main branch. So we'll go test render, gotta be a TSX file. So I don't have the current user provider yet. So on main, I can't do that, but I can create this. And then I can go and I can find everything that does test. Right, it does render, and I can replace it with test render. That seems good. And I have far fewer tests on main, so there's not going to be that many changes. Let's make sure that that passes everything. Oh no, that blows up badly. What's wrong? Oh, because I did so many other changes. Yeah, let's. It's actually interesting. This might be. I think this is going to be. I want to do this. I'm going to like go out and sort of retroactively do some things more correctly. So this is causing a problem where, yeah. So this is. I have done this and I've seen people do this. You kind of just sort of get caught in a whirlwind and you make a bunch of changes and you get to the pull request and you're like, this pull request is too big. Uh, so we're going to go through and we're going to pull some parts out of it and see what we can do. So the other thing that I did uh, is that I had to update these tests so that they would run without actually. Maybe I was in a different. I don't know why these are failing. The global test setup. I did something that added mock service worker. Yeah, I added this mock service worker thing in setup tests. And this is also not strictly part of the user auth. So I can go, actually, I want to make a different branch here. So let's, nope, I've got git status. I'm going to add everything here. And I'm going to say replaces render with custom test render function in front end test. But there's another thing that I need, which is I need this setup test, because I think this fixed some problems with having these multiple test files that all start a server. So let's get setup test. So for this, I needed super test and mock service worker. So I'm going to git switch create. I'm going to call this HTTP test mocking. And I want to get this file. So I can do, yeah, it's at some point uh, fairly recently in terms of the full history of Git, they added a command called git switch. And you can use git switch instead of checkout in a lot of cases. And so instead of git checkout dash B, you can do git switch dash C, which will create a branch. Uh, checkout can then be, you can still use it, but in theory, the naming of switch is a little bit more clear what you're doing. You're switching branches. I am about to use checkout because I want to get the contents of this file, but I want to get them from a different branch. So I'm going to do git checkout, and I'm going to pick the user registration branch, but I only want to check out a single file. So this is not going to switch branches. I'm going to stay on this branch, but I'm going to check out this file. So now I've got that particular change, but I didn't change anything about this branch. And that's, I think, part of why the name git switch was created, is that it was weird that checkout could do these two things. And so now they're saying if you want to switch branches, use switch. If you want to check out files, use checkout. But the old use of checkout still works, so it shows up in a lot of places. So we got setup tests. And then setup tests had to be added to the vtest config. I'm going to go to vtest config and add setup test. And let's see if this branch passes its test. What else did I do? Did I make any changes to the server? Yes, I separated server app and server start. So let's replicate that here. So we do server. Why are we getting this error? Let's look at catalog test. Because I still have this listener. So let's look at app.listen. Only shows up in one spot here. So I think I can delete this. Get rid of test port. Get rid of that. Almost working. And then catalog test, expect length 2, got length 6 on line 123. That's because this is supposed to be within. We'll do expect within products to have length 2. Okay, and that passes. And I remember making this change elsewhere. So now I've got this change, which this is a very specific change. So this was the HTTP test mocking. I can add that. You git commit -m. This commit adds HTTP test mocking to support parallelism in vtest. I can push that up, and this is going to be its own pull request. So before this, we were starting the Express server, and tests were accessing it over HTTP. This pull request combines mock service worker with supertest to exercise the real app server without requiring access to a port. So now I've got a small pull request here that just does this little stuff. I might go here and like make some note like why this, that using HTTP mocks led to more data being fetched and required a more specific assertion. And add that comment, clarify for someone who comes to look at it. And then in a practical scenario, I'd probably give a better explanation for this, but I'm gonna go all the way there. Let's go see. Oh no, test failed. Oh, I forgot to install because now I'm doing this on this branch. I have to do npm install mock service worker and super test. Okay, git commit -m install mock msw and super test. We'll push that up. I want to see if I can do a setting here. We will do pull request, allow auto merge. Do branches, do I have a branch protection rule? I say, okay, I'm gonna have to get my two-factor auth out. Indicator. Okay, so this branch protection rule will apply to all branches. Checks have to pass. If I go to pull requests, here we go, we can squash and merge. So HTTP test mocking, say we got that reviewed as a nice small reviewable pull request, got it merged in. So now I can go to my machine, git switch back to main, pull, get that in, check out my branches. I can get branch D. I'm not doing that anymore. And I was just looking at test render. So let's get switch test render. And I can merge main into this. And then I can push. And I can go look at test render. I'll create the pull request so I can go and look at the files change just to see what's going on here. So now this is a nice, very small, understandable pull request. So let's go to our conversation. Okay. Edit. This PR creates a, say, encapsulates the render function inside of our own test render function. This, I might even say, this was extracted from, and if you put a pound sign, you can do this. So I can say this is extracted from user from number 3 to make that PR smaller. Update that comment. Failed. Now, why is this? I'm going to go back to that. I'm trying to make it so that it prevents me from merging it unless all the checks pass. I thought I set that. When I branches, branch protection rules applies to 5 branches. Ah, status checks that are required. Okay, you're going to have to do that has to pass before you can merge in. Let's look at test render. So one thing I'm going to do, so one of the reasons why I want that is I wanted auto merge. So as soon as these tests pass, this branch is going to automatically be merged in. And that's what I wanted. So let's figure out though, why are these failing? Test render is not defined. I forgot to import test render. So let's go add missing imports. Let's go to catalog test. And app test. And navigation test. Great, so those all pass. So we will, this commit adds import for custom render test function. Push that up and just sort of out of anticipation, switch back to main. And so now these tests are running. And go and look at where they are. So this is installing and setting up the database for the test. Git add u, that is it'll only add updated files. So it's a little safer than git add dot, because git add dot will add all files in the directory, and sometimes you might have accidentally created some files that you don't want to add. So git add u just only adds files that have changed. All right, our tests are running, so this should go green in a moment, and then it'll auto merge. There we go. We got the auto merge. Auto merge is very nice. So let's remove that branch locally. I'm done working on it. And then I can pull my main, and I've got test render. Then I can go git switch to user registration. And I can merge main into user registration. And now I've got conflicts, so I'm going to go deal with these conflicts. So let's close all editors and let's go look at these conflicts. Yeah, I want the incoming. No, I don't want the incoming change. I want current change. And here, I want current change because in this branch, I moved all of this out. And an app test, I want current change. Probably going to want current change for pretty much everything here. Let's get the package file. Here I'm going to go with, current change. And then package lock, I'm going to go ahead and do an npm install to regenerate the package lock file. I don't want to have to deal with all of those. And as long as the tests pass, I'm happy with that. So let's do quick test run. No, test render. I did not save. Okay, all tests still pass. So I'm going to add everything and say that I am happy with this merge. And I'll push these changes up. And now if we go and look at the user registration, our pull request should be a little bit simpler. Like if I go and look at the where is app test? This is saying see now test render, that's not a change. That's something that's already in main. So, this pull request is still pretty big, but it is smaller than it was a moment ago. It's still not, it might be bigger than I want it to be, but it is relatively smaller. Like if I really wanted to be picky about it, like, maybe this thing, I moved this before all out and moved it into global test setup. Um, that could be something. I could split out the front end and the back end code. Could do quite a few things. I'm probably not going to go through all of them, but I feel like having gone through 2 cycles, right? I found a couple of types of changes and I converted those into their own pull requests. And this pull request is still pretty big, but at least there's like fewer unrelated changes in it. Uh, Probably not going to go through that full loop for everything. Uh, but I could probably, if I spent more time, could probably find a couple more uh, groups of changes to extract out into their own branch, run through their own pull request, and that can be uh, a good thing to do. But for now, because there is nobody else working on this project, I'm going to go ahead and squash and merge because those tests are passing. All pull requests are closed. So I'm going to go git switch back to main, pull that down. Oh, so many changes. Huge PR. And then delete that branch locally so it stays a little tidier. So yeah, next thing we could work on would be start working on uh, cart and orders. And look at one more thing. So like one nice thing about that flow of extracting those out is that now I do have those individual pull requests and those individual change sets here. So someone can go back and see. And that would be a reason why it would have been nicer to go back and split this up even further, is that if someone's going back and looking through history, they'll find smaller changes. Uh, like if I go look at display product categories, that was I mean, I probably could have split some things out here, like this, all this stuff to deal with the seeding the database could have snatched that out into its own pull request. And then looking through history would have been a little bit more clear what was going on. But yeah, we can think about orders. Uh, DB diagram. We go. I've been saving these. Setup DB. Yeah, been saving these in here. So looking at orders, uh, I think I'm going to create an orders table, and I think I might put the orders in the users schema as they belong to the user. Could put them in the store schema. I don't really know which is best. I think I'm going to put it in the user schema. This is user orders. Feels good to me. Then an ID, big serial, which is the primary key. And this is going to belong to a user. I'll put user ID as a big int primary key, which will reference user dot users dot ID. Yeah. And then another thing, but yeah, I might just make a different schema. I might put this in orders because there's going to be line items. Order dot line items. And so that I think makes sense to me that I want to group these two together. There's nothing that prevents us from creating foreign key relationships across schemas. So if I think about it as like as a folder, it makes sense to put the orders and the line items in their own folder. Primary key, and the line item will belong to order ID. That'll be a big int. It is, this is not part of the primary key. Neither is that. So we'll do ref belongs to order orders ID. And then the line item also has a product ID. A big integer will reference store products ID. There we go. Just gonna swap these. Hmm. This is interesting. So also like I have product categories here. I made a composite primary key where instead of having its own primary key, I just said that these two columns together are the primary key, which makes them unique. I think I am going to do that as well with line items so that we force some uniqueness here so that a product can only be in an order once, and we have a quantity which will be an integer. This will be not null, and note will be must be greater than 0. Can't have 0 quantity. So line item here, this is yeah, the name line item. Uh, that's just the first time I ever saw someone build e-commerce like this. That's the name for this table that they used. Uh, line item, it's a more generic name. And what could eventually occur is that you might have other line items on an order that aren't just referencing a product. Uh, but I'm just going to call it line items. So you have a quantity, and the other thing that I want to do here is I want to put the sale price. I mean integer, be not null. I won't put a default here. I will put a note must be greater than or equal to 0. And so the sale price is the price we sold it at. Because the price of the product, this is like the price that you'll pay if you buy it today, and the sale price is the price that you pay when you order it. And so that could change, and so we don't want to lose that fact later on in time. Uh, so I think that this is enough to get. So we're going to need some sort of a. I also want to, because we have an order, I'm going to look ahead a little bit, and I want to get a status on these orders. And let's see if we can do an enumerable here. That'll be fun. So let's look at the documentation. Yeah, we can make an enumerable. There's like a custom type that specifies what you can do. So I'm going to make uh, enum order status. And I'm going to have order status be open or closed or canceled. And so this is the shopping cart is what I'm going to represent as an open status. So when I start adding things to it, that cart is open. When I go through the checkout process, I'm going to mark that as closed. Uh, and then closed will be different than canceled, which is like was filling it out, but for some reason needed to get rid of it. I think in this, I don't need commas here. but I do need to use this. So I can say in my order.orders that the status is an order status, and it's not null, and it will default to uh, open. Yeah. So let's go and take all this, put it back in here, and I will turn this back into comments. So let's create these. So I'm gonna go in here, and so in Postgres, in the database, you can create custom types. So I can actually have an order status type in my database, and do it like that. Oh, I need to go and I need to add this schema. So let's do drop schema if exists order, create schema order. And then I think I need to do, yeah, that type can be in that schema. Then we'll create table orders. Got the order status. So this is Copilot is good at tracking those notes. Create that primary key. Got these quantity and sale price checks just fine. And then I don't want to insert anything. Is that all? I just made 2 new tables. Yeah. Okay. So let's do a reset of the database. No, what have I got wrong? Syntax error at or near order. This looks almost identical to the other ones. So let's see what happens. Can I get better information if I run this here? Ah, because order is a keyword. If I name this table orders, if I name that schema orders, it'll work a little bit better. So let's do that. Update all these notes. Orders.order. All these foreign keys will have to reference the orders table. We'll have to update all of these to be orders, orders. All right, let's see if we can. No, oh, because I still have the singular. All right. And then if I go and look at this database, I now have an orders schema, which has orders and line items. And the orders structure is default to open. It's good. Line items of a primary key on product ID and order ID. And you have to set a sale price, and you have to set a quantity. That seems pretty good to me. I'm going to go through here. And this adds orders and line names table. So I'm going to get. So I've set my branch protection rule, so I actually have to create a pull request. So let's do get switch create add orders table, get add -u, get commit m. This commit adds an orders table, orders and line item tables. And then we'll push, create this pull request. I'm going to go ahead and do auto merge. So, someone looked at this, they gave it a review, they gave it a thumbs up. They're like, looks great. Wait a whole minute. It would be wonderful if there's some way to get this thing to run, uh, a lot faster. So here's something interesting. So I run this test on my computer. Uh, Takes a moment, but it does run. If I do a git log, I just ran those tests on this commit. And now GitHub just ran those tests on the same commit. Right? They're like, so in theory, it would be not entirely unreasonable to have some system that would like every time you run the test on a commit, you would like log that somewhere and say this commit passed those tests sometime. And then when you ever run them again on the same commit, you could say like, hey, someone already ran these tests against that commit. We're just going to trust that. And that could probably happen on the order of seconds. That would be some tooling to install, but it would not be impossible. But I think I am going to call this a stopping point for the day. That we got our table in place, and tomorrow I'll work on, I guess, adding to cart from a product, and that'll be fun. So thanks for tuning in again, and I'll see you later. Have a good one.